Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. It's me. Back at it again. With the whatever the heck I'm doing. Let's get started. He says as he does not get started. Here we go. He's doing it. Alright, so check this out. This is actually not related to the stream title, but it's pretty close. It's pretty close. This is the kind of like pseudo project manager that I'm working on. How nice. Or it's not pseudo, project manager. It is literally a project manager. It's actually what it does. And yeah. So you have all these projects and all that. You have your templates. You can store them locally. You can edit things to be ignored. What I actually need to do is edit how this works. I'm almost done with it. And then I can then submit this. It's not really an add-on, it's like an add-on manager, which is still pretty close. That's pretty much an add-on, if you don't think about it too hard. Well, yeah, it's a tool for add-ons. It's an add-on almost. Or it's a meta add-on, yeah. Anyways, let's finagle with my time tracking stuff. The biggest thing right now that's missing is the ability to properly generate new projects. So everything works more or less, but you see here, we have templates, we have ignorables, but then these ignorables are actually ignored. So the idea was to, if you have a project that you would like to use as a template, but you don't want certain parts of the project being used, then you could, have ignorables. I think something broke there as well. Previous ignorables. This seems to be correct. Let's see. When do we set all of this stuff? Ignorables? Let me see. It was here, yeah. Previous ignorables is equal to item. There we go. That's more correct. Oh, don't do that. All right, cool. All right, so the biggest thing is to refactor, to walk Godot directories instead of what I'm currently doing, which is simultaneously more complicated and less complicated, which is using a system-specific command. So we have, as you can see, 2 file system commands. Recursive copy Windows and then recursive copy Linux, but it's kind of a misnomer. It's more like recursive copy Unix, a Unix-like system. Or I guess it's more POSIX compliant. POSIX? Possum? However you pronounce POSIX. Be like saying POSIX sounds weird, so I usually say POSIX. Let's see, and actually on my other screen, just looking at the documentation for a directory, because I think what I need to do is actually walk the directories. So let's see. So list directory begin. That's pretty important. List directory begin. Yeah. Oh, actually, we do want to skip navigational. Because we don't want to walk backwards. We only want to walk further into the directory. Yeah. So I need to walk every single directory in your project and then recursively copy so that I can, you know, have the, actually make use of the template ignore items. All right. So let's actually change the stream tab, making a plugin manager for the Godot Add-on Jam. Making an add-on manager, add-on. There we go, add-on manager for the Godot Add-on Jam. So it's a meta submission. It's meta. You wouldn't understand, sweetheart. So I think I need to. Or is there a better function? Basically just like give me a list of all the files in this directory. Maybe not. What I could do. What I could do. It's a bit tough. It's a bit tough. Because I feel like I don't want to use this. So I need to write a function that's like, copy recursive. And then there is like a possible recursion limit that we could run into, but let's not worry about that just yet. It might be nice. Oh, I was gonna say it might be nice to, it might be nice to, you know, like store all the files that we've copied so far, but that doesn't make any sense. I think it makes more sense to store all the directories we've copied so far. So let's do this, or all the directories we've visited. Right? Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. And by this, I mean open up an external editor so I don't need to continuously flip up and down in the Godot editor. Instead, we'll just go da da da. Make it real big. Close everything, because everything more or less works, which is neat. It's new project pop-up, so there's two types of things. Where I said there's two types of things, but I didn't expand because I kind of just forgot about what my point was going to be. Let's see, this should be like copy recursive, and then given a list and a starting directory and a current directory. Oh no, this is starting to get pretty complicated. Copy template. All right, so copy templates. So given a directory called D, or no, given a certain path, given a path, and given a like visited directories. So that will need to be some sort of array, I suppose. We'll set it equal to empty array. Okay. So this is your starting path, and then we'll just walk the directories as we need to, and then we'll just pass in visited directories as necessary. So when we first call it here, or I guess we won't even call it in this function, right? We'll call it in, probably here, like up here. We just need to check to see if the template directory exists in the first place. So that's good. Then we'll call copy template recursive. And so templates should be, yeah, we just pass in template. Pass in the template and that's it. And what this will do is var directory is equal to directory new. Then we'll open it. We'll open the current path and then add that to visited directories, right? So if directory open template, or no, path, sorry, is not okay, then we'll just want to like hard return and then log something. Unable to open, or unable to open path, this thing, path. And so we'll stop copying, log something to the console, call it a day. Right. And so if that is successful, then visited directories, append directory. Yeah. Then grab this warning. Of course, we'll 100% want to discard the thing. Actually, maybe we don't. Let's actually use it. If directory list directory begin. So ignore navigational. Don't ignore hidden files. List directory begin returns an error. An error is just an enum, and enums in GD script are just integers. Oh baby. Logger error. Unable to start. Unable to stream directory object. I don't believe it'll give me like a more specific error, so that's the best that we'll get. Anyways, we'll just early return there. Visited directories. Okay. Var file name, or I guess like item name, right? Because we're iterating over both directories and files. So this will be some sort of string. Directory get next. Classic while loop, which is why I'm keeping this open, because it's always nice to have that just available. While file name, while item name does not equal empty. Right, because once it's out of items, it'll just start giving me an empty string. The item name. This is going to be the last thing that will happen in the while loop. Let's see, what do we want to do here? So we want to check if the current is directory. If current is directory, then we'll recursively call this one more time. So if current or directory, current is directory, then we'll call copy template recursive and then pass in this item name along with visited directories. I suppose we do need to check to see if we've already been here. Let me think. Oh no, hold on. Houston, we have a problem. I need to use the restroom. only like 10 minutes after I've actually started streaming. I'll be right back. Something did not go well with my dinner. It's not AFK, this is it. So, you ever have those times when you hear your stomach kind of like rumble and you're like, oh God. That's exactly what happened to me. I felt it rumble. I've been here before. Once you have like this cycle of vibrations and the sudden need to expel gas, you know that you're in trouble. Or at least I know that I'm in trouble. Is it copy? Change directory. We don't need to change directory here. Although we could. Yeah, you know what? Could just call change directory. Couldn't be relative or not. So I don't need to call this recursively. I could just walk like the current thing and then yeah, you know what? Let's walk. Let's just walk. Let's just walk. Easy. Way easier than, well, it's actually not way easier than doing this recursively, but it's probably more efficient. So var visited ders. Then visited ders, whatever. Don't call this again. But then we will need to walk backwards as well then. Maybe it is better to do this recursively. Yeah, I guess if you have 1,000 folders, this will break, but you know, doesn't really sound like my problem. You know, found the Java developer. They have a folder structure that's nested 1,000 folders deep. At that point in time, you probably have bigger problems. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. Yeah, this visited directories thing, this should be an array. And then by an array, I mean like a shared reference, right? So like Godot, Godot array. Let me see. What do you got? Generic, blah, blah. Can count backwards. Concatenating with the plus equals operator will create a new array. Arrays are always passed by reference. They get a copy of an array that can be modified independently of the original array. Use duplicates. Okay. Or duplicates, not duplicate. A duplicate, also spelled the same way as duplicate. A duplicate is a noun. Duplicate is a verb, but they're spelled the same way. Pronounced slightly differently, but maybe not depending on where you're from. I think Northerners would be more likely to say like, it's a duplicate. Ah, that still sounds wrong. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true. So if current is directory, or hold on. If item name, all right, this is where I need to see this part. So if item name in app manager, cm config global template items to ignore, then we'll just continue. And by continue, I mean call this thing right here. So we'll just iterate to the next item, right? And then what is config data? Yeah, okay, so there's like a config data and then also just, okay, hold on. We can pass these along, so we just keep passing things by reference, that's okay. So let's see, this will be templates. Well, yeah, so this is like template. Hello, Bumdy. Hello, hello. Config. No, this is config manager template. Check it out. What I am working on is the project manager solution. Global items to. It's almost done. I just need to rework the logic for using templates, and we should be good. Then I can go back to working on the pixel art editor. Is it a project manager or an add-on manager? Yes, it is both. It is all of the above. Yeah, so it's I can show it off once I unbreak the code. Because the hard part right now is using templates, because templates, the logic previously was just like copy everything inside of the folder. But now that I have given it a bit more thoughts, I don't think that's the best solution. Okay. So I'll pass this in once. All right, so is this still broken? Yes. Because I need to pass in template and global items to ignore. Look the entries for the jam. I also have looked at the entries. They are okay. Not too great. I think the Discord editor presence is kind of neat. Project statistics. I actually had an idea for that. Something similar, but probably more gamified. Like, do you know like the to-do lists, like apps that you can download on your phone? They're like, you know, RPG to-do list. So every to-do gives you EXP. What if there was a plugin? And I also saw something like a while back. It's like just a little timer, like a Pomodoro timer that you can just have in your editor. What if you combine the two? So like for every like line of code that you type, not every line of code, but maybe like every word you type, maybe every character you type, it gives you a little bit of EXP, and then you can have like a little like game scene on the bottom here, and it's basically like an incremental game. So it's supposed to like encourage you to work on your stuff. So like every time you run it, you'll I don't know, gain more EXP. You know how incremental games go. So it's like a combination of like project statistics and like the little Pomodoro timer, all to encourage you. Is that even possible, capturing the keyboard strokes? It is. So let me see, is this gonna break when I open it? All right, so here, something that's kind of interesting about this is that I'm not actually capturing your keyboard strokes, but you can capture keyboard strokes if you can get this text editor, because this is just a regular text edit, so you can intercept the keyboard strokes before they actually get propagated to here. But anyways, here it is. So you can have ignore lists for your templates, you have plugins, you can store them locally or just keep a file system reference to them. And then show full file paths, so you can either just show the folder name. It's not actually your project name, but whatever. Also learned about how Godot does these things. So they use like the tree elements, and then they build out each leaf via code. So that's pretty neat. So you can see that you can filter by category. And then when you try to create a new project, it's gonna break because I am currently refactoring that. You could even implement Vim controls in that. Oh yeah, for sure. I think that's available under, if you go to editor, plugin, Godot, not export plugin, Although a Godot export plugin, I was thinking about that as well, right? Because I did write like a C-style preprocessor for GD scripts, but I think it would actually work a lot better if I incorporated it into an export plugin. So like C-style preprocessors, you have like something like a define, you know, like test, and then farther down you would have like if def test. Then you have this block of logic, etc., etc. Else another block. So I've actually already done that, but you could do that at export time. So there's not even like the runtime cost of having a preprocessor in an interpreted language. Oh, that could be neat. I don't know like why you would ever want to do that, but I think it's cool. Hello, Needle Mouse. Hello, hello. How are you? How easy would it be to implement this runtime in Godot? I'm not sure. libvim. The core Vim editing engine as a minimal C library? I don't really know. What the heck is SE? Ooh, what? Is it weird that I've never used NeoVim? At least to my knowledge, I've never used NeoVim. I don't know. I think the hardest part about incorporating this into Godot is that you would need to get this to build via Scons, which is Godot's build engine. This looks like it uses... I don't see any make files. Compiling, building, it uses SE. I guess it is actually just SE. I don't know what SE is. This is horrible. But you would just need this to build somehow. Well, I'm also the wrong person to ask about this. I don't really know too much about building with other tool chains. Maybe all you need to do is compile like a static library and then link against that, but that's pretty tough for me. Guess what I'm doing? Are you working on a game for that game jam where the thing was called, the theme was passenger? I remember things. Check it out. I am working on, check this out. I already showed it off once, but this, so this technically works. I'm refactoring the new project stuff, but so you have templates, you can add plugins, we can add more plugins. I wonder if I have another plugin that's just easy to import. I think this one shouldn't be too bad. So VRM, so I've actually injected my own code into the native Godot file dialog stuff. So that stuff is pretty gross, but this is a custom select button now. Hooray. So you can select this because what it's looking for is a plugin.cfg file. So you cannot click on anything else besides something that has a plugin CFG. So VRM, select that. And now what we can do is create a new project and then potentially add this as a thing. So we have the default template, which is just empty. And then you can add as many plugins as you want. For whatever reason, create and edit is borked. I don't remember why. Oh, it's because of the project path not being valid. Yeah, because it needs to be empty. I remember. I wrote this before. So it's supposed to mimic the built-in project manager as much as possible, but still be more powerful. And also, you know, just written in GD script, as opposed to being written in C++, but using Godot's UI library. It's too late for it, but I'm gonna make an FNF mod where there won't be any note spam or stuff that makes mods unenjoyable. Neat. Isn't note spam like part of it though? Or are you just making like a casual mode, I suppose? Yeah, like isn't like the point of a like FNF is a it's like a Guitar Hero like, right? That's all I know. Or it's yeah, because you don't play it on a dance pad, so it's not like a DDR like. And I'm sure there's like other Japanese games that are more accurate to compare against. Yeah, it's basically a Guitar Hero like. In Guitar Hero, isn't like the fun of it like learning the pattern and to make something that people can enjoy? Isn't like the enjoyable part of those games like learning the pattern though? While also having the notes like synced really well to the track. What is it called? The charting? Having the charting being synced really well? I know terms. Not completely new. So if this is the last thing I need to do, and then I can move on to the pixel art plugin I was making for Godot. It's something that people can enjoy. Yeah. To each their own, I suppose. You know, I find that if you make something for yourself, then I feel like the idea is a bit more pure. And that's what people tend to gravitate towards more is, you know, was the idea interesting? Was it like how you envisioned it? Because if you try to make something that lots of people may or may not want, then it's very close to like design by committee. And anything that's designed by committee generally tends to be pretty boring or bland, right? So, you know, if you want to like make a very, you know, well, let's not use the word casual, but a very relaxed FNF mod, and you make it for yourself exactly how you want it, then I think that you'll attract people who are, you know, looking for something interesting, something that's different, you know. Let's see. Got too caught up in like explaining. I'm trying to remember where did I leave off with this. So this is recursive. We're passing in the templates and the global items to ignore, where the global items to ignore are, let me see. What was it? I don't remember. Git, import, and then project.godot, but those should be editable as well. Make something that like Garcella, which is very common, not difficult. FNF mods are just note spam. After note spam, not spam, note spam, with no enjoyment at all. Well, sure. I don't know. I feel like I mean that's what I see as the fun in rhythm games, isn't it? You know, you learn the notes and whatever. Isn't like actual music just note spam? Isn't real music just note spam after all anyways? Like you're playing like a really hard, like pretty much anything, right? Any complex piece of music is just note spam as well. Like you gotta learn it. If you want to sight read everything, then that's a different story. As well. Alright, hold on. Oh, this is what I was doing, is I was changing this. So if item name in this array, then we'll want to bounce to the next one. And then we can also just make this an OR statement, or item name in templates. That's not how you spell template. Well, it may be. Well, I mean, that's pretty much what every rhythm game is, right? It's just learning the pattern, and then executing on it really, really well. what is it called? Ignore, items to ignore. Yeah, all right, so we filter out everything that we don't want to copy, etc. If it is something that we don't want to copy, then we'll just go to the next item. If the current item is a directory, then we'll recurse inside of this, and then item name equals get next. So we'll run the function again, but one layer deeper. And then just continue to iterate through the current directory. Otherwise, right, if it's not a directory, then it must be a file, and it's a file that we want to copy. Therefore, we'll call directory copy item name to, all right, this is the hard part. So where do we want to copy this? I wrote some file system methods, but I don't think that this is actually what I want to do anymore, at least for templates. I think plugins, it's okay to just copy the entire thing recursively. I don't know why you would ever want to filter your plugins, because plugins usually need all the files. So project path text. Where does project path come from? Who wrote this? Oh, it was me. I've already been working on this for, let me see, 7 hours today. I was working on this in my downtime as well. That's how much I think that this is okay. So we'll copy item name to the project path. Where does project path come from? Project path. Oh, this is just defined here. Neat. And this is item name. Should be okay. Copy. Copies the from file to the to destination. Both arguments should be paths to files, either relative or absolute. If the destination file exists and is not access protected, it will be overwritten. Okay, that's fine. It's all right. This project path might be incorrect because oh, you know what? I'm actually also forgetting the I guess like the previous path as well. So I need to like construct a path and then just keep passing it along. Otherwise, I'm only going off of a relative path, which is not what I want. So visited directories is unreliable because of recursion. So I need to have a separate variable to track this. So this is like directory chain, I suppose. So the first one will just be nothing. But then whenever we recurse inside of another thing, then we'll hit this. So we'll just do where is it? Directory chain plus equals, or we'll just set it equal to boom, boom. So string formats the current directory chain. That might be incorrect. And then item name. I'm gonna try to make the mod at a slow pace and just get some feedback from some people. Sounds like that's a good plan. It's a good plan, considering your success rate on making these kinds of things. Better to not burn yourself out for sure. There we go. Directory chain. Maybe I do want to pass in like a directory chain path. Or I guess directory chain, that should actually be the initial path, probably. Like this one is recursive copy, project path text. Okay, yeah, I need to pass in the project path because the project path will be an absolute path, which is absolutely what we want. So take this out, make this. So it'll be the second value, and it will always be required to pass. And so pass in the template, pass in the project path.text. Kind of scared of getting popular off of it. I don't know. I don't have much in store for myself. I don't know for much about containing a fan base. I think you should be more worried about actually making it first. It's probably the more realistic thing to be nervous about. You know, going back to what I was saying before, it's like I think as long as you make something that you think that you want, I think people will come to you instead. I think worrying about getting too popular, that's it's very weird, champ. Very very weird energy for sure. As they say. Alright, so this needs to be the directory chain. I think that's correct. I think, yeah, this feels correct. And then we'll just need to discard the return value because return values are for nerds. Actually, no, they're not. If is not okay. Yeah, I think if you do something, it's like the classic saying, you know, like if you do something looking for success, you are not going to find it, most likely. I think you're more likely to accidentally find success if you just focus on what you think that you need to do. Right, but success as the ultimate goal is, I don't want to say never, but almost never the right choice. Especially if you don't have a track record. Like, once again, like, to thine own self be true. How many games have you released? How many mods have you released? You know? I think the dream of all indie developers is to have your first thing that you release be a huge hit. But you know, you need to remember that like there's pretty much no one out there that's had a hit on their first try. Right? Like the Stardew Valley guy like went to school for game development. Toby Fox, you know, made a lot of mods before, right? Like Megalovania was from a whatchamacallit, like an Earthbound mod, right? An Earthbound mod that he made, but still, you know, has a track record. I mean, I got art. Well, arts and other things aren't really in the same genre, right? Like I guess they're all visual, but you know, it's an audio-visual experience. Software development is an entirely different thing, right? Like it is software development, and you know, game development is software development. Let's not get too crazy, right? Software development is a creative endeavor, but if you know, if you never actually finished anything, you might be underestimating the complexity of it. Because there's a lot of things to keep in mind. Please work. Ah! All right, what was the error? Unable to copy commit edit message. What is this? Copy template recursive, yeah. And then we recursed into ourselves. And then at this point, oh, this is actually sick. But also wrong. Huh. because the current path is .git, and we should have skipped that. We should have skipped it, but we didn't. So global items to ignore is 0. That seems wrong. Seems wrong. That's the stream stuff. Don't look at my stream stuff. What got copied? Just the project.godot. So that wasn't even copied. That was just like, I touched the value. Let's see. Unable to copy. Wait, so what was the error was? Alright, got rid of it. Anyways, we cleared the folder, so we don't need to look at that anymore. But global items to ignore was empty, so that seems wrong. What does that look like in my config? Oh, that's because the config is wrong as well. Yeah, that'll do it. Delete the config.json. Bring me back. Okay. That's correct. Bring this over to dev. It'll rescan, and then this is my dev directory. We'll create an... okay, hold on. Now I get to show off how this works. So, you add a template just by clicking on add, selecting a folder to be used as a template. Then you can edit the ignorables. So there's like the .git and .import folders. I don't want to use those. I suppose also don't want to use the .mono folder. Assets. This sometimes happens as well. I'm not really sure why that happens. Let's see. No network peer. Oh. Wait, what? No network peer. Ooh. Stack trace. Ignorables on double click. What? Let me see. I wonder if it's like a race condition. Okay. I thought I fixed this, but maybe not. I thought just setting the input as handled would stop it from propagating, but maybe that's not true. I'll just try to enjoy making the mod. Well, yeah, there we go. There's the healthy mindset. I won't say the correct mindset, but the healthy mindset. If ti is null, then we'll just return. Alright. So these are all tree items. Like the big box as a whole is the tree. Every single item is the tree item, aka a leaf. Maybe use function chain signaling. What is function chain signaling? I'm gonna start some concepts. Sounds like a good plan. Sounds like a good plan. I think with a lot of game ideas, there's a lot of ideas that sound good, but once you actually implement them, they don't feel as fun. It's yield. Oh, you want me to yield? Oh. Well, what am I yielding on? I feel like that's not what I want. Because what I actually want to do is get ahead of... Yeah, see, like, that was okay. I don't know what's necessarily going on here. Yeah, I think I need to add better logging here, because I'm not sure what's going on. Let me see. We'll just print some stuff here. Logger trace text. Just to be safe. So I know what's being sent at all times. So we trace there. All right, so as long as we have something, then we can ignore it effectively. Maybe, oh, you know what? Yeah, you know what? It's because of a race condition. I was just kind of hoping the race condition would be okay, but that's not always true. We'll ignore these directories. Ignore all of these. Ignore all of these. This is not the folder I thought it was. There's not really a good way of making this easier, I suppose. But yeah. Confirm that. And that confirm step, what it does is it runs a directory check or a file exists check over every single one of these things to be ignored. I wonder if that's not a great idea, but should be okay. We'll add a plugin now as well. Boom, boom. What plugins do we have? We have pixels, so we'll need to go to this folder, select it. We can store it locally, which means it'll store a local copy. So I can do something like confirm, and now it's stored locally. How nice. Which means that we can check here, and we can see that it has indeed just copied the entire folder. So even if you delete this from your local file system, this will just exist. And so Godot, or at least this project manager, will know where to find the plugin, even if you like move it somewhere else. So what I gotta be careful for. The mod might take a bit, but if it's how I wanted, then that's all that matters. Yeah, so there we go. I think that's the correct mindset for pretty much any sort of like personal project, right? All right, hopefully this works. Oh, okay. Unable to open path. Why is this? Why is it not? Oh, it's because mono. But wait. It shouldn't. Oh, it's the wrong directory chain. Oh, okay. Now, if you know or not, yield function call makes the call on the second function signal complete. Well, it only makes the call on the second function signal complete if the thing that you're calling has a yield on it. Just enjoy your night. All right, take it easy, Needle Mouse. Sorry, I could not entertain you more, but games are hard. I'm working on something, but it's too early right now. Yeah, but yield functions only yield complete if the function that you're yielding on also yields. So you need to double yield if you want the yield to work like you think it'll work. Or I guess no, the function needs to return something, so you can't yield on a void return function. Yeah. Yes, maybe. Or does the function that you're yielding on need to also yield? It's one of those things. I've had to deal with that before. Let's see, this needs to be directory chain. No, this is not it. Directory chain. Boom, boom. Project path text. No, this should actually be template. Oh yeah, this is just like template. Yeah, so that's your first, that's your starting chain. And then we'll walk this chain here. Yeah, okay. All right, so we'll kill this. Send it back here. Should be okay. Please work. Unable to open path mono. Okay. So, I mean, it should have been correct. Right, directory, open path. Gotcha, mono. That is correct. Oh, it's because it's not the full path. Because the directory is not inside of that Oh, okay, hold on. So it needs to be the path plus to the full directory chain. Okay. That makes a lot of sense, actually. So if I'm already doing that, well, it's all right. Or maybe that's what like I should be passing as well. So like this path should not be a relative path. It should be, no, it should be a relative path. Otherwise it's a little, no. Because the first path was also a full path. Yeah, okay, so this should actually be very similar to how I'm moving around directory chain. So this is path item name, and then directory chain is pretty much the same thing. Right? Yeah. Give it another try. Haven't changed anything else on that end. This will be correct. Copy in the plugin. All right, we got a lot farther this time. All right, so it's copying the mono assemblies. So actually, it should not be copying mono. Yeah, it should not be copying mono at all. But the reason why it is copying the mono stuff is because you see items to ignore. Oh, it's because the path contains C:. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Sure. Let me see. I wonder if I should make this so it's the ignored paths are all relative. So these ignored paths here. Yeah, okay. That's actually not too hard to do. But I will need to change how it works. I'll need to change a decent amount of code. Alright, so browse ignorables. Double click. Selected items. Selected items will always be an absolute file path. I've already commented that there, so I will not forget it, but I totally will. Template item. So finish selecting. Let me see. So that should have worked, actually. Right, because these items are all absolute paths. Paths, these need to be converted to relative paths. Yeah. Let's see. You know what? I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. BRB. Hello, hello. So, path. Yeah, so path should be correct. PSA append, and then we do all of this stuff. Maybe this is not right. Does Godot have regex support? I feel like I should not be doing that. I should not be trying to regex stuff, if only because regex, at least in my experience, always leads to just things that are too hard to understand. Let's see. Let's see. What am I looking for? Guess I'm just looking to see, like, what is items at this point in time. So, at ignorables, say goodbye to, like, all of these. That's fine. Actually, let's remove this one. That's another thing I need to work on, is having these buttons actually be grayed out. They're grayed out in the pop-ups, but not in, like, the main thingy. All right, wait. Click on these two things. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? We have joined items. That's all right. And then I just kind of slap it into there. So that is incorrect. This still has the full path. And it's because the path that I have has a C in it. It has a C in it. Okay. Template view. So whenever you add an item, on item clicked, on item clicked, do I have anything like that? No, that is handled by loadable copy view. No, that's not what I want. What? Add item. No, that's exactly what we want. On add, this creates a pop-up, a directory selector. On directory selected, add to config, add child, all this good stuff. And so the reason why I went with this is that I would only need to mess with the implementations. So add directory is not actually defined here. It actually will just throw an error. However, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Or no, is it because of the configuration? Is the configuration wrong? Let's see. You know what? Let's just modify the path here. That's the easiest way. So if os get name to lower is Windows, that's not how you do it, is equal to Windows, then we'll do directory is equal to directory substring, I think it's 2, because that's the starting point, so we want to skip C colon. I've done this a few times, hold on. I just need to find out where did I do it. A little bit of substring trickery somewhere. Is it here? Was it here? Was it in config? Where did I change it? Did I accidentally push that change already? No. All right. Oh geez, where am I? Get me out of here. Where did I do all my substring stuff? No, that was in the last commit. Oh no, okay. Git log. Where did we do it? I don't remember how many the substring. I think it's just 2. Let's just assume it's 2. So we skip 0 and 1, and then 2 is inclusive. That's okay. So this should be all right, which means we do need to remove this template and this template just so the paths are correct once more. Let's add a plugin, Friendly Potato Pixels. It's this one. Emit signal on modded button. Previously freed null instance. Current item. Oh, good. Why did this happen? So current item is null. Yeah. Yeah. Current item is null. I can see that here. On file selected. Oh, it's on a previously freed instance. Current item. I never set this to null though, right? I never null this out. So current item. Base modded file dialog. Current item. Hey, current item. There it is. It's not null anywhere. That's concerning. So tree still exists. Current item. Maybe it doesn't exist. Am I crazy? This doesn't make a difference, but I'm just doing it. So I'm pretty sure if I do it like this, yeah, that'll work. But if I remove it, add it back, and then add it like doing this. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So something changes in between that point and this point. What exactly is it? I'm not sure. But there's no other logic in this file. Right? These are all like to be implemented. On file selected and then on modded button. So if not button blah blah. Maybe what I can do is I can just cache the text and then use the text instead of using a reference to the current item. Yeah, because there's no reason for me to store a reference to the current item now that I'm looking at it again. Yeah, so maybe end. Nah, it's because the current item is null because we moved to a new part of the tree. Yeah, I think the Godot's tree structure is really cool, but also like kind of hard to understand if you don't like know what the implementation looks like, which I don't really. So I think what I'm going to do is this. So we'll do var ti is, so ti for tree item gets selected, right? Current item. We'll change that to a string. So this has to be ti get text. So we'll just cache the value beforehand, before we change tree thingies, tree views. All right, so then this is just current item. Because I can see here that we're just using current item like pretty much everywhere. We're not actually using any other information from the tree. So it should be fine as long as we just cache it. So let's demonstrate that it works. We move into the folder. Okay, cool. We can change the config, show full file paths. It looks wrong. It looks wrong. And that's because it's snipping the CR. Finished selecting. So maybe plugin plugins view is accidentally handling that incorrectly. Maybe not. Oh no. So it's only for certain things. Oh no. All right, let's write some regex really quick. What's the regex for like a drive? Regex to get drive. Regex match drive letter. Yes. Yes, this is exactly what I want, Stack Overflow. Please give me the direct answer. So this is presumably in Python? This looks like Python? No, this is Java. Oh yeah, because it's of course it's Java. They're using Pascal case. All right, so give me Godot regex. What do you got? Okay, so I just need regex to strip drive. Okay, cool. So this is exactly what I want. Let's copy this. File system, public functions. So there's recursive copy windows, recursive remove windows. Don't need to mess with those, because we should align these things. Static function, strip drive. So this will give you back a string. Actually, yeah, we'll just compile it here. That's fine. Let's grab this, just so I know. Var regex regular expression regex compile. What are we compiling? We'll just give it a little bit of copy and paste. Yeah, I don't need to capture anything. I suppose I could capture. Yeah, this is actually a... Oh, wait. I don't know. How does regex work in Godot? Oh, I do need to get... I think I do need to use a capture group? What do you have here? Is there a replace all? Oh, I can use substring. Searches the text for the compile pattern and replaces it with a specified string. Escapes and back references such as... yeah, that should be fine. We'll just compile it every single time. If it's slow, then whatever. It's fine. So regex substitute. So subject, path, replacements, nothing. And then this should return a string, right? Sub. All right, strip drive. So now this is what we want to use. As in, we'll just run it every single time. Loadable copy. Where is it? It's one of these. Plugins view, loadable copy view. This one. Dir is equal to file system strip drive. Yeah, okay. So hopefully this should be more correct. Remove this thing. Select. All right, that's beautiful. And then everything else that's using a kind of weird weird thing. So where else am I using substring? Config manager. Okay, so let's do this. This is probably breaking a bunch of stuff. Have you used unit test in Godot, by the way? I have. Actually, this application here uses Gut. G-U-T, so I'll just throw you a link. The unit tests are very simple, but I have written actually my own unit test as well, hilariously enough. This is it, yeah. So this uses Gut. I believe that these are these it? Yeah. And they're mixed in with like my own custom implementation of a test harness, which is really just like support for VDD tests, which is bizarre, but it's enterprise scale or enterprise ready, whatever you want to call it. File system, strip drive, output, strip edges. All right, that should be good. And then config path will also just remove the drive. Although I can see this being a problem on if you have like, if you're storing everything on like a completely separate drive, but we'll deal with that when we need to deal with that. So we'll hit it with a file system, strip drive, all of this. Yeah, so no more weird regex. So hopefully we should be handling everything appropriately. This doesn't really help me too much with the current issue, but it's always nice, always nice. Anyways, select the current folder, edit the ignorables, ignore all of this stuff, copy everything else. Yeah, see, that looks correct-ish. Then if we create a new project in an empty folder, of course, you can just type this in directly. Test, create and edit. Unable to copy API hash cache config. Unable to copy. Yeah. Because maybe you're just not allowed to, but then again, I also specified that mono shouldn't be copied over as well. So template, items to ignore, that's not true. There are items to ignore in the template. And then, but we're also getting like a weird, just extra error. Oh, this needs to be a template. Did I not? Wait, what? Who? Now you're saying that this argument is wrong. But it's not. That should just be a string. Actually, I feel like the path. All right, let's simplify this. Let's just do it like this, right? So no more directory chain. This error is giving me a thing because a copy template recursive, the past arguments type template does not match the expected argument type. And that's probably because config manager is running into an error. No. Is it because I have too many types? This happens sometimes. All right, bring me back, bring me back. All right. Yeah, something just got stuck in the language server, as is wont to happen. Okay, sure. Reset me. Create a new project in this folder. Create an edit. Unable to copy this thing. So this template, items to ignore, that's not correct. Global items to ignore is correct. And then the path is correct as well, because it should be trying to copy like this full path. Let's get some better logging just so I know what it looks like then. So we can do something weird like that. Multiple insertion. Actually, no, you can't do that. Actually, you totally can do that. Yeah. It's a bit weird to chain together multiple string formats, but I don't know. Godot lets you do it. So who am I to say they're wrong? All right. So close this up once more with feeling. Create an edit. Declining to create project in non-empty directory. That seems unlikely. Okay. Did I call it something incorrect? Don't know. Maybe I'm dumb. All right, unable to copy user these dev, gotcha, mono assemblies. Okay, because does it not exist? Is that it? Like I could just add a check for it, but all of these actually should exist. So that was in mono assemblies debug API hash cache configure. Oh, I did it in the wrong order, I think. Yeah, okay, it's in the wrong order. I think. Hold on. I'm very confused. All right. So this path. No, I do need to have a separate path for this. Yes. So this should be the path that I'm writing to. This should be the path that I'm writing from. Yes. No. Yes. Brain is very slowly breaking. Yes. So I actually need project text to be the first one. Template. Yes. So we have our path. We're not trying to open the path. We're trying to open the directory chain. All right, let's change the variable name because I'm quite clearly cannot keep this straight in my head. So this is write path, this is copy path, right? And so we're trying to open the copy path. Okay. And now we're copying from to, so this should be in this order. We're copying from the copy path to the right path, right? So these should mirror each other. So this is the right path. And then similarly, this should be the right path and copy path. Yeah, right path, copy path. And this is, yeah. Maybe that's what it was going wrong, because I just got confused about which things were going where. Yeah. So you might be saying I could do this more efficiently if I guess didn't duplicate this twice, or I just had another variable to track item name, but I'm not going to. Okay, so that directory is now empty. Everything should be back where it started. Go to test, create an edit. Unable to copy. So we're copying from, copying to. Is that not how that works then? String from, string to. Copies the from file to the to destination. Both arguments should be paths to files, either relative or absolute. This is an absolute path. Or at least it should be. Returns one of the error constants. Does this need to have like C appended to it? Please don't. That would be an absolute travesty. But also, it should be ignoring this directory anyways. Like, this shouldn't be a problem. Oh, it's because there's nothing there. What do you know? Select, confirm. Bad ignorable at line 0 does not exist. All right. Because we didn't parse it correctly. Because these need to be parsed based off of relative path, not absolute path. Yes. So let's just inject these into here. So this should be path to text, or so var rel path. Or no, this is the actual path. Absolute path. Because I store a reference to the actual path, so we just need to construct it like this. I hate working with file system stuff. I also hate working with file system stuff. Mostly because like I always write a solution. It's like it's not hard to make it work because you can just look at it and then see if anything changed, right? But anytime I go back to my old solutions, I'm like, man, I just hate how I did this. Let's just rewrite it. And now I'm stuck in this mess. Now I'm just stuck in this mess. Right, I've rewritten like file system stuff like 4 or 5 times now. It's just like I always hate how I do it. Huh. That should be correct, actually. Well, actually, no. Because it shouldn't be trying to copy the mono stuff. Why are you trying to copy the mono stuff? There's no items to ignore. Oh, it's because I didn't actually save it this time either. So browse, load all this stuff in, select. That looks pretty good. Bad ignorable, file path expected. File path expected. So file path expected is this one. If not, text is relative path. Oh, that's true. These aren't relative paths. These are like quasi-absolute paths. So this comes to me from browse ignorables, file selected. Yeah. So current directory. Yeah, because I need to do this. I need to create the somewhat absolute path. It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird, to be sure. But no, actually, these are all definitely absolute paths. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Items are all absolute paths. Then I run them through this. I strip out the regular path. Join them all together. Okay, well, here's what we can do. Absolute path, this thing. Should be slightly more correct. Oh, don't store locally. Edit ignorables. Ignore these things. That's correct. Then, go here. Delete this stuff. All the garbage that was kind of copied to the folder. Now we create an edit. All right. Unable to copy users, blah, blah, assets, default env text res. Please don't make me, is it because it needs the drive? I'm gonna be mad if it requires the drive. It only requires the drive sometimes. Please don't actually be that. I would be quite perturbed. How can it work without the drive? I thought Godot just kind of figures it out for you, but it might not. Because everything else is working without the drive, except for this one part. So that's why I went back and changed everything to not use the C drive. Okay, now there's too many. All right, hold on. Just be C drive. Delete everything in the folder. Run it one more time. So new, don't browse. Just call test. Use this template, use this plugin. All right, that's good. That's good. But unable to copy, that's from and to. Copies the from file to the to destination. Should be paths to files. This is a path to a file. The right path and the to path are correct. I really hope it's not the fact that the right path is using... Oh no. Is it because the right path is using forward slashes? That shouldn't make a difference. Because you can mix and match them, kind of. You know what? I'm dying. Oh, this is so much easier when I was just copying the entire directory recursively. Okay. Wait a minute. If we're going off that logic, though, like this project path should be good, and then Yeah, like we're able to iterate over. Well, right path has mixed forward and backslashes. Can you really mix forward and back? You can. You kinda can. But maybe it's not working how I think it's working. Maybe I should just go through and replace all backslashes with forward slashes at all times. That might be the easier solution than trying to force it to work with mixed slashes. Is it possible it should be double slash? Well, if it's displaying as a string properly, I think it's already properly escaped. I think, right? Because I've been using this. I've been using the paths I've been working with, like this entire time. So like project path text. Actually, that's just a raw OS execute, but that should still be fine. I would think. I don't know. I mean, we can hit it with a replace, right? So replace like all backsplashes with just like a forward slash. Something like that. So that's your right path, right? Yeah. Thought that would be all right. Unable to copy. Yeah, it's still the same unable to copy stuff. Because now the paths are all correct. Unable to copy, see users, blah blah. Yeah, that's a real path. For sure. And then if I check here, it's actually using backslashes. Maybe I should just replace everything with backslashes. Don't know where the error is exactly. The error is here. The error is here. So we're not able to copy it. I guess your paths are correct if you see it in the editor. Well, these paths are all correct, and I can verify they're correct. I mean, that's the nice part about doing file system stuff, is that, you know, I can guarantee that it's correct. Because I have the actual path here. What I've been trying to avoid doing is just doing things recursively. So like using a system function to just copy over the entire path. I would rather not do that. Because that makes it a lot less, I think, useful, unless you explicitly create a template file. Or a template project. So like that's probably better practice, but I'm not known for my good practice. Can you do that natively? Yeah, so that's what I was doing originally. So I wrote some stuff, so file system, like recursive copy. So I was using robocopy before to do all the copying. And so you can see that I have to do some like weird escaping there. So that's fine. And that's also like using like the C drive natively. But the problem is that you cannot filter out specific files, which is what I'm trying to do. I guess I could just call OS execute and then copy line by line. I would really rather not, but I could. All right, let's try it. Maybe it's like this function here that's just wrong. Because I haven't had to escape anything else, which is what I'm a little perturbed by. Or actually, give me one more try. Give me one more try. We'll escape everything here. Everything is escaped. Really don't think that's gonna make a huge difference, but maybe it will. Nope, it's the same problem. Okay, cool. Neat. Actually, I wonder if it's the right path that's wrong. They should be the same path though. Because it is able to write, even if only a little bit. Oh, you know what? I think I got it. I think I got it. Do you know what it is? It's because the directory does not exist. Ah! It's because the directory does not exist. Forgot. Yeah. Because I was looking at it, it's like, we are able to create some of the paths. We're able to create some of the files. Why isn't this working? It's because we're stepping one into it, but the directory does not exist. Yeah, that'll do it. So we don't even need to include the C drive part. So let me just confirm that I get the same error. So as long as the git ignore shows up here, because that's what I thought was weird, is that we're able to touch project.godot, which is an empty file, and then Godot will fill it in by itself. And I also saw the git ignore, so that's correct. But then we fail when we hit the first directory. I wonder what's happening. So we're gonna run it again just to make sure I get the same error. But now we're not escaping any paths. All right, so yeah, we're getting the same error, which is good. And we still get the git ignore. So let's do this. It's this one. All right, so we can do if not dir exists, I guess it'd be copy path. Did I not do that before? Oh, I did not. Oh, I just open it. What am I doing? Unable to open path, and then if not dir exists right path, then dir make directory right path. Yeah. Yes. So this folder is empty. Okay, well, maybe that wasn't it. We didn't create a directory though. We still have the same error. Is that not it? All right, let's check this for errors. If this thing, so this is make directory, right? On the side, make directory error. So if make directory is not equal to okay, which is log something here, unable to create directory. So right path. So let's clear this out. Getting really quick at this. Okay, so we're unable to create the directory because I actually don't know. Because we don't store the variable, but I do know that is not okay. All right, well, is it the path? Please don't be the path. This could still be a path problem at the end of the day, which would make me very sad. All right, so let's just do a bunch of stuff here. So we replace this with a bunch of backslashes, or I guess just double backslash. Why are you not storing the log? I probably should, but I'm not. That'd be a lot easier. Oh, look, it worked. How nice. Wait a minute. What? That doesn't make a lot of sense though. Oh, and it also just copied over everything it shouldn't have as well. Oh, because then it also called the robocopy stuff as well. Oh, that's fantastic. So let's get rid of this. Because now I'm not sure if it worked or not. Hold on, I actually don't know if that worked or not. Let me see. I wonder if it was the backslashes. So that's now an empty folder. Let's give it one more shot. Boom, boom. All right, that's good. Unable to create directory. All right, it was probably this part. It was probably that part. And everything else will just, it'll figure out how to copy it. Work ship it, yeah. That makes me very sad. Yeah, that's correct. That's exactly what I wanted. So it, all right, well, hold on. Is it just because I need the drive in order to make directory? That's what I'm a bit confused about. Because I'm not always using... I need the drive. I need the drive. I hate that. Well, now I'm going to need to store the drive. So I can't strip out the drive. But that's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much it. Right? Because now we have templates. You can edit the ignorables. You can browse for more things that you want to ignore. So like we don't include assets units. We don't include any screens. Right, confirm. And then you'll want to use that as a template. So you click on test. And we'll also, oh, is it not copying the add-ons? It might not be doing that either. And it might just be failing like silently. It looks like it's just failing silently for that. Oh, and it's also still copying everything as well. So it's not... Hold on. It's still hitting me with the recursive copy windows. Isn't it when you open a directory, you also get the drive? You do. Oh, you know what? That's true. Yeah. And considering that I'm opening these without... well... Like, you do get the drive. I know that. You get current drive. So you can do, like, directory, get drive, get current drive to get the drive string, and then insert it here. But I think the hard part is still figuring out like which drive to insert it in. I might have to store that somewhere else, or just make it so you can like define it. But anyways, it didn't actually copy it like I thought it would. So new project pop-up 168. Something went wrong. Recursive copy windows. So I'm still tracing that. That looks correct to me, but maybe it's not. I don't know. Let's just replace everything with backslashes and hope it's okay. I was doing this before and I thought it was working, but maybe I'm stupid. You're using direct open on make directory. This is true. I'm not doing that. Because I don't need to do that here. Right, like I only need to open the copy path so I can iterate over everything that I'm copying from. I don't need to know what exists inside of write path. That's okay. All I need to know is that the write path exists and I have access to it. Right? And then we can just blindly copy to it. That's all right. Yeah, because I don't need to iterate over the new directory. I only need to iterate over the directory I'm copying from. All right, so things aren't working anymore. Very good, very good. Might need to roll this back. Might need to roll this back. I thought this would be really easy. Really? That bad? Yeah, like I had this completely working. It was just like the one part where I wasn't able to ignore files. So that's why I decided I would just really quickly refactor that. But, you know, things happen. Let's rescan. Are you happy to use RoboCopy? I think it's good for if you just need to blindly copy everything in a folder. I think that's okay. But what I'm trying to do is, you know, filter out specific files. You can't ignore, copy, then delete it. That's gross. That is a distinct possibility, but if I can avoid doing that, that is not a great solution. But I guess it does work. I guess it does work. But for whatever reason, I'm no longer able to RoboCopy this. Even though this is totally working before. So let me open up CMD. Guess we'll just do this and then see if I get an error. System cannot find the file specified. Accessing source directory. Oh, it's because it's... Oh, okay. It can't find it because it's like completely wrong. That makes sense. These big softwares could be doing that. Oh yeah. For sure, for sure. It's very inefficient, right? Like if you have a lot of files that you're ignoring, like if you're not ignoring like any files, then it's okay. But if you're ignoring a bunch of files, and some of these files are like huge, I mean, you're gonna, it's gonna be very noticeable. Like I know for some of the files that was testing this on, like I have a few like Rust files I would like to ignore. Like if I just copied everything wholesale, it's gonna be a bad time. Git directory, yeah. So you need to ignore the Git directory. You need to ignore any directory that you have like native assemblies in. So like Rust, C++, right? Because those build directories are huge. So like just don't. That's why I want to have like a more specific ignore strategy. But why is this doing that? So this is the path that it's giving me, by the way. This is the path that it's giving me. I'm not sure why it's giving me this really weird path. How are you? I'm doing all right, Rogue Nation. How are you doing? How are you doing? Just slowly losing my mind. I've just completely broken this piece of software. It was working. Not optimally, but it was working, and now it's just completely broken. Why can't you robocopy per subdirectory then? I could. Yeah, I could. I could, yeah. Well, it's because if I robocopy per subdirectory, I think I need to be very careful about which things I copy. That's kind of the tough part. I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay if I just never copy a directory. I just make the directories. I guess that's all right. I need to figure out why this is broken though. So project path text add-ons, and then i.getFile is giving me this, which is not right. It's giving me the project name twice. I'm not really sure why. And then this is just doing a bunch of string replacement, but that's okay. I feel like I don't actually need this. I don't need the replace. Pretty sure this also just works on Windows if you sub in like a bad path. Like it'll just work. Strangely enough. Been trying to hack Vercadia and dying inside with every roadblock. So that's something that you would want to admit to doing. I think hacking isn't all that easy though, in the first place. So what do you mean you're trying to hack it? Are you trying to just trying to gain access to a system, or what? Do a little bit of code injection. Cannot find the file specified. Yeah, so I think on Windows nowadays you can just mix forward and backslashes, which is interesting. But why am I getting multiple things in here? Is it because of this path? Oh, this path is completely wrong. Yeah, that'll do it. So remove this. So select. How did that? Oh, hold on. I see. So if I do this, I go into the directory and then just click select. It'll give me, See, this one doubled up on the name, whereas if I just go here and select it from outside the directory, now it's correct. Interesting. I'll need to fix that as well. God, there's so many bugs. Very sad. So I think this is more correct. Yeah, now there's the add-ons. I think it's still not copying everything properly. Like this is pretty much just like a direct, you know, wholesale copy of everything. It's open source, so what I tried to do is perfectly legal. And now you're just trying to make Vercadia do things it's not meant to do. Yeah, that's fair enough. It's fair enough. Because you're more hacking on it as opposed to hacking into it. Okay. Let's see. So this make directory command must have the drive. That's tough. This argument can be relative to the current directory or an absolute path. Actually, hold on. If we do like this, then we can just do it. We can just do it like get file, right? Wait, no. This will need to be. This will need to be one before. God, I hate this. I hate it so much. I think we're too far in now. We're too far in now. Alright, so this is our write path. This is our copy path. We should probably flip that around. Fix the logger. I think the logger is alright. The logger's alright. Like it's giving me all the information I need. I'm just not interpreting it correctly, but it is correct. But there's the copy path. Then we need to pass in the I feel like the write path. Or maybe there should be like a before path. So on the first run, we won't pass this in. So write path or previous write path. So previous write path will be empty, right? But then here, we'll just pass in write path here. Yeah. And then here, we can make a new directory thingy. So this will be var temporary directory is equal to directory new. Right. And directory open. So previous write path should always exist. It's not okay. Then we'll log something. Unable to open previous write path. Course return, and then temporary directory. Make this write path get file. It's not entirely correct. I think get file works with directories as well, but I think that's something I'm still a little confused about. Does Godot consider directories to be files? I think it does. Yeah, so this should still be correct, but that's not really. Not really what we need to worry about. It's an entity? Yeah. I wonder if this should be like copy base, write base, and then there's just like a directory chain or a relative chain. That might be a better solution. I swear I've done this before. I just don't know where the code is. I have a really bad implementation in, I think my old save data util has a really bad directory walker. But anyways. Boom, boom. Yeah, I mean, that's correct. It's still loading in too many things, I think. Because I could have sworn I filtered out all the screens. Add-ons are there, which is good. I mean, you find a REST CLI to include that copies ignore. I could. I'd rather just do everything in Godot, though. That's just slightly more accessible. And slightly more accessible. Oh, you know what? It's because of this. Maybe. My mind is too hacky. Yeah. I think part of the idea behind doing this all in GD script is that it's just easier for, I guess, other people to look at and extend. I think once you start writing like native code, it starts getting really tough. Because then you need to know like how like higher level stuff works, how lower level stuff works, and then how like the in-between stuff works. So like you have people that specialize in lower level programming, people who specialize in higher level programming. But then mixing the two is always just very strange. Oh, okay, so I see why it's not ignoring, by the way. So this needs to be... Okay, hold on. I need to just completely redo this. I see where I'm going wrong, though. Yeah, okay. So I need to have a base path for all of this stuff. So we just say goodbye. We're going to keep looking at it though. So func, copy, template, recursive. Right. So now we'll have, there's the copy base. Then there's the write, or from base to base, from base path. Big chunks of comments, yeah. To base path. And then you'll need the templates that we're always reading from, not writing from. You'll have global items to ignore. Just an array. Let's see. Then we'll need the relative path chain. That's what I'm going to call it. And then visited directories. I feel like I don't actually need that. Yeah. Like I don't actually need to keep track of like which directories I've visited. Since I'm using recursion, so it doesn't matter. So do var directory is equal to directory new. Yeah, so then we'll always open the from base path first, right? So we'll do if directory open from base path. Oh, from base path, and then we'll also just like, we'll do it like this. We'll always append the relative path chain to it as well. So when it starts, it'll be empty. It's not okay. Then we'll hit it with the logger error. Hold on, we can do it. Unable to open path. Let's grab this. Okay. Then if okay, then we don't want to do this here. I think that was a mistake. This is also a mistake. Now we'll just do if directory list directory begin true, false, because we want to skip the navigational items. Everything else is okay. At manager, logger error. Yeah, so that was skip navigational, but we don't want to skip the hidden files for sure. So unable to stream directory. Then var item name some sort of string directory get next while item name is not empty. All right. So here's the tough part, is that we need to compare everything against the relative path chain, as well as, well, okay, hold on. Constructed path. Let's take this one step at a time before I lose my train of thought. So this is the constructed path. Constructed path is built on the relative path chain plus the item name. So it's this thing, rel path chain, and item name. If rel path chain, if not rel path chain empty, else it's just item name. Yeah. One of these really long, big statements. If thing works though, you can even put it on a separate repo. What do you mean put it on a separate repo? Oh, you mean, I actually don't know what you're talking about. Which thing works? Just like copying things recursively? It's a pretty standard algorithm, which is why it's, which is why I'm struggling with it, is because I'm bad with algorithms. Like, I know what I want it to do. I know how it should work. I'm just struggling. I'm just struggling. Copy with ignore. Yeah, I think that would be neat. That would be neat. It's very niche though. It's extremely niche. If constructed path and global items to ignore, or constructed path in, ooh, what was this? Template items to ignore. Template to ignore. Like copy with ignore, including directories. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone's already written something like that, but you know, I'm tunneled. I've tunneled. I've committed. Sunk cost fallacy. Never heard of it. We're in this for the long freaking haul. Simple, but not for everyone. Yeah, I know that. If you've got a mind to like that's able to keep everything organized, I'm sure that this is pretty simple. It's just not really how my brain works. I tend to get distracted pretty easily. All right, so from base path to base path, these are all the same. From base path to base path. The template is the same. Global items to ignore is the same. Relative path chain. I feel like that should have been the first one, actually. Everything else is kind of secondary. So this is, we inject in relative path chain along with, or no, we inject the constructed path. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. And actually, this should be like flipped around, but it's fine. We'll keep it like this for now. Let's see, item name equals directory, get next. Otherwise, then we'll do directory, copy. The more I think about it, the more that I think that this should be a, well, constructed path. This is copying from this is from base path to constructed path. Then this is pretty much the same thing, except it's from to base path, constructed path. And then we're checking to see if it's okay. Otherwise, log an error. Unable to copy. Unable to copy. Hold on, let's just do this manually. Boom, boom, two, boom, boom. So that's 4 things that need to be formatted. I like to say inject, but it's actually just regular formatting. Thanks for redeeming a hydrates. Let's get right on that. Yeah. A lot thirstier than I thought I was. That's 400 ml. Remember to drink your water. I think something that might be affecting me is like how much caffeine I've consumed today as well. Probably having a negative effect on my my reasoning ability for sure. The wrong project? Is it? Not a peaceful one, but name is equal to directory get next. Directory get next. All right. I should be all right. I don't know. This feels more correct, so we're just gonna delete all this. I don't. Yeah. Let's send it, I guess. Looks good. Pass in test. Boom, boom. Create an edit. Unable to copy. Is it because the directory does not exist? It's because the directory does not exist. It's because the directory does not exist. I need a better way of creating directories. Is that? Oh, that's something I just forgot to copy over as well. How good. How nice. All right, so right before we copy, we have to do, no, I know what I need to do. So we'll do var t directory is equal to directory new. Then we'll do if t directory dot open. Which path are we opening? It's to base path to the constructed path. Or it's like two, or no, it's relative path chain. Okay, so it's this. So if directory not you know what? This probably does need to just happen here. Yeah. All right, give me a control Z. Give me the big control Z. You're totally right. Bring me back. All right. So there it is. We want to have this part here. And then this does need to exist at this portion. So we just need to be able to open from base path. Well, no, we don't want to open that. We want to do if not directory there exists. It's pretty much the same thing, but on the, instead of the from path, it's the to path. So from, or to base path, rel path chain. If that doesn't exist, then var t directory, as in temporary directory, What is your problem? Oh, it's this. Huh. I think I can do this. Yeah, so if t directory open oh. Wait a minute. So this base path never changes. This relative path chain does change. Therefore, I should hit it with like a make directory recursive. Just in case. Well, it can be relative, right? So, okay. So if that doesn't exist, right? If this path doesn't exist, then we'll just do if t directory, make directory. We won't make it recursive just in case something bugs out. So we don't over-create. That's something I also want to avoid. Logger error. Unable to create directory. So then we'll do just early return as well. To fill up nested directories. Well, I think because it is being used for like template creation, it's okay to have empty directories. Just don't accidentally create like a million nested directories, because we are also kind of like dynamically creating this path chain. So that's a bit tough, right? Because I have to make a lot of assumptions about what's being created. So these ignorables, this is correct, right? Just here, test new. Unable to create directory. Unable to create directory. Here. So it's the to base path. To base path. And they're not able to create the assets directory because does make directory not work how I think it works? Target directory should be placed in an already existing directory. Is this one expecting I wonder if it's expecting this. This is one of the few places where this is 100% necessary. I really hope it's not, but it might be. Otherwise, I might just create it using CMD. Unable to create directory. Assets. Oh wait, I should do this. So T directory open. So T directory open to base path. So if T directory open to base path is not okay, then we'll do app manager logger unable to open this directory to base path. So now we just need to pass in the path chain. Easy. Right? Yeah, that should be more correct. So now I don't even need to worry about the drive. Yeah, okay. Cool. I think I got it. I think I got it. Oh my god. Alright, sick. He's done it. Alright. And there we have it. There's their add-ons. It's not automatically created. I guess the very, very last thing, the very, very, very last thing is to make it so the project.godot file is actually the project.godot file is actually has like values set in it, but that's pretty much the last thing. I'll do that later. Let's push it before I break anything else. So fix ignoring template files. He's done it. All right, let's pivot. Let's pivot now that I'm 9 minutes away from my normal scheduled end of stream time. Let's go to, yeah, this one has one last thing to do, which is the project.godot file needs to actually be populated with the rendering options and the, I think rendering option, project name, and the icon path. Yeah. So I can probably provide those myself, but we'll see. Not too hard. I think my favorite part about this program though, so this project is standalone, right? Yeah, it is completely standalone. Completely standalone. And then we can also change these things. So these are actually the Godot defaults, or the defaults that Godot uses. So this looks a lot like the default project manager. You can change this, so you just show the file names. It does nothing. Look at that, how neat. You can open up the projects from here as well, so just double click. Works just like the built-in project manager. It will also close itself. So global template items to ignore, default new project name, default search path, and then you'll have, I think this is my favorite part that I figured out, is how to do filters. Look at that. So you can either show everything at once, or you can drill down into the specific option that you would want. Or you just, show all, or you can do a search, which is global, what was it called? Global template items to ignore, which is based off of Godot's built-in search algorithm, which doesn't appear to be very good, but I'll accept it. Yeah, one of those. Yeah, in theory, this is pretty much good enough. And then also you can store all of these locally, so it'll make a copy. I think I already mentioned that. Edit ignorables, look at that. So how do you add plugins? You just click on add, then you select whatever plugin should be here. So you would go to add-ons, and then the folder that you select must have a plugin in it. Oh, I think I still have the bug where if you select it from within this folder, it'll be incorrect. Yeah, but if you do it like this, it should be correct. So I need to check the full path. Yeah, so this is correct, but if I were to add a Godot VRM from within the VRM folder, like this, it'll double it up, which is annoying. I'll need some way of checking that. I'm not really sure how to fix that. So there's two bugs. One is for selecting plugins. So add plugin pop-up. I need a way to I need a way of seeing if the current directory and the current item are the same thing. Go parent directory if it does. Plugin CFG exists. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Yeah, I suppose I could check the parent directory to see if it exists. But I feel like there's a better way of doing it. That feels like I'm expecting it to error out, so I should try to... It's basically like expecting it to fail and then looking at the previous directory. I feel like there's something I can do on my end. It's something here. So let's add a to-do. It's to-do if triggered while inside of the requested directory, this will double the directory name. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's like basically to use Python syntax, right? It's like writing a try except block, but expecting the except to be triggered. I feel like that's not the greatest of plans. May force Explorer user to use directory. Yeah, I could. I mean, that's another thing, right? That's another thing, is that the Explorer menu is already like super modified. So like usually, well, actually the plugin one is not as modified. The template one is pretty modified. I think. What happened? No, this one is pretty modified, yeah. Because normally you aren't able to select multiple files and multiple folders at the same time. But I think plugins doesn't actually care about that. Yeah. Actually, no, plugins is using something special as well, so that's a bit tough. I'll think about that. Add plugin pop-up. I'll think about it. There must be like a really easy way to fix this. You can put tip texts around. Tip text, like tool tips. I could. Maybe I can do like if current item doesn't equal current directory get file, else just have an empty string. Do you think that'll work? That's kind of gross, but it is also a very Python style way of solving that. It's pretty much the same thing that you were suggesting though. This is pretty much your solution, but like done in a very Python way. Yeah, I mean, it'll work. That'll work, I guess. Yeah, that's sure. I used to hate this, but then I don't know. I kind of realized like, oh, actually, this is like super sick. It's slightly easier to read, shall we say. Explanation box inside. I think it should be intuitive. You shouldn't need to read instructions, I think. For something as simple as this, if there's too many instructions, then it's already not very good. Like you want to have as few instructions as possible. If triggered from inside the selected directory, the check for the doubling. Yeah, so this is basically your solution, by the way, Bumd. So thank you, much appreciated. Let me see, there was one more thing I needed to do before I was comfortable calling this okay. There was one more thing. Oh, it's because it's this bug here, so I'm able to select multiples of the same thing, whereas this actually changes colors appropriately. This doesn't. I don't know why. So on plugins view, let's see. Actually, does the same thing happen on templates view? So on templates, we can add, I don't know, color typewriter, select the current folder. Wow. Oh yeah, the same thing happens on this one as well, because these actually share a lot of logic. So copy view. Oh, I think these are the... Ooh. Base hover elements. How does you hack the added string? Yeah, basically. I'm not happy about it. There must be a better solution. But at least I don't need to have I guess an ugly check. It's just a one-liner. Imagine this like copy remove add-ons from the project. There's actually not a way to do that currently. So if your project currently exists, this won't work. I would like to add that one day, because there's enough room. There's enough room for buttons to be like, you know, or maybe I can do something like a modify project here, and so you can add templates, or you can add plugins. I suppose you could just like send the template. Like if you're okay with overriding some stuff, you could just apply a template as well. Like globally install add-on somewhere and you select it to add. Yeah, I think that's not too difficult. It's just another pop-up, right? So remove it deletes the directory. I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. I don't like it when tools do that for me, but I guess it's okay. Like that makes me nervous when tools like delete stuff in my directory without me specifying like the specific folder. But maybe I'm just weird. Like I think like it's okay to add, but I think deleting you need to be a lot more careful. Move? Yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Something about this is wrong. Let's see if I can figure that out. So project item, changed color before color. Am I not doing that for, or am I, oh yeah, I'm probably not storing this for like the plugin item. Or actually, base hover element has a, oh, I need to have a, ooh, changed color. Let's move this out to base hover element. This is actually, this is definitely declared. Then we'll do base hover element. So these will all use the same stuff. Have you ever broken the Godot add-ons indices? I haven't. I can't figure out how to fix it. You need to be very careful, or if possible, just go back to a earlier Git revision. I think Git is one of those things that just more people need to learn how to use. Not saying that you don't know how to use it, I'm just saying in general. It shows the wrong names. I'm not sure. Is it because you have multiple add-ons with the same name? I suppose you could just go into the project.godot file and then just very carefully map the add-ons to the correct indices. I've broken a text scene before by doing that. I've broken text scenes before by doing that, but other than that, no. I don't really have too much experience with messing with that. All right, so unhover. Do these have unhover on them? Oh, they do. Okay. So I'll grab this. Loadable copy view. Slap these into here. Hope it all works. Okay, hold on. Item. It's annoying. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. For sure. Do I have an easy answer for you? No, it's... My answer for you is it's probably gonna suck to make it work. Look at that. So now you can click on things, you can unclick it. He's done it. I guess you can't really unclick it. That's a little broken. As all good things are. Hold on, how did projects view do this? Oh, okay, so if current elements is... Else, if current, wait, hold on. Guess we just want to return, right? That'll fix that. So you can unclick it. Oh, baby. Oh, now it's just completely broken. Oh, because you can't unclick it now. Element is now null. Some people would say that intentionally setting something to a null value is a bad practice. And you'd be totally correct. I think it broke because of cyclic ref bugs or whatever it is. I hate that. Yeah. I think that's one of the annoying things about GDScript is that you can have really, really painful cyclic references. All right, there we go. It's fixed. All right, let's push this. That's something that my program will not fix for you, by the way. So it wouldn't compile the add-on at correct time. Then it broke the indices when it's fixed. Yeah, how many add-ons do you have enabled? I feel like the more add-ons you have, the slower your project runs, or the slower the editor runs. Git commits. Fix some UI stuff. Fix plugin loading issue. There we go. 4 or 5 simple add-ons. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of reasons why add-ons might break. That's why I'm a fan of this add-on. Actually, we can open up my add-on by using this thing. Where is it? Oh, it didn't load in. Sometimes it doesn't find everything, by the way. Or maybe it did find everything, I'm just crazy. Yeah, look at that. So say goodbye. All right. That's why I like this add-on, is that it just kind of, it works standalone, no problem. How nice. If only because of my weird code injection script. Or is it inject tool? Yeah. Gonna work on this now? Yeah, I'll work on it for like an hour, I guess. I have time. I am a little tired now. If you look at this. I don't know how visible this is. There's nothing incriminating, but I've been working on the project manager thing since, or for basically, yeah, 10 hours. Yeah, takes forever, but this one is very close to being like at least submittable. Found something for me? Oh good. I don't think I'm going to implement anything super fancy for algorithms. So, I don't know. What is this? Oh, it's Rust. Simple loop that checks every pixel and filters it out if it's part of an L shape. That's tough. Well, now I got to think about it. How are they doing it? And I'm also going to use the restroom because I've been drinking way too much caffeine. BRB. Hello, hello. Imagine you could use this like a filter process on layers. Maybe. Maybe. Pixel filter process on layers or implement proper brush strokes, something like a line tool. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. It was like, how would you determine, or I guess how would you distinguish between someone just doing like this and someone actually drawing like a line? You know? Like what if I just wanted to color in like this? Wouldn't that algorithm like completely butcher it? Also, I don't have undo implemented yet. You need to delay in cache. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, it would have to be like a different tool, wouldn't it? What would that tool be called? It would be called like... What? I don't know. Like I was gonna say like a brush tool, but that's not true. A smart line, maybe? Freehand versus pencil. You know what? Freehand is pretty good. Wait, no. Like, are you saying like this is what I'm doing right now is freehand? But then like an actual pencil tool would be like the smart stroke? Wait, which one is freehand? Are you saying freehand is the algorithm? Oh, okay. I think I'm just gonna do like smart line. smart pencil. Because at least I think smart implies that there's an algorithm. Whereas freehand, I'm not sure what that implies. Okay, but we can make a smart, we'll just make a smart line, smart pencil, smart line. We'll think about it. I'm trying to remember where did I end with this, by the way. Pencil is usually like the pixel point tap. Yeah, like pencil is like this. Yeah, okay. And then brush is, I'm not sure what brush would be. I guess there is no such thing as brush. Unless you wanted like aliasing, which goes against the entire pixel art idea. Brush is pencil. Okay. You know, I'm going to call it smart line. smart brush. It's a smart brush. There we go. So there's pencil, smart brush, probably a bucket tool, but I don't really want to do bucket. Smart thingy. Smart brush. Where is my toolbar? Toolbar. Alright, so there's pencil. Let's add... Why did I do this like that? Oh, it's left and right. Sorry. So we'll call this smart brush. No space. Smart brush. Yeah? Looks pretty good. All of these should be... Oh, these are buttons, so they don't actually wrap. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so then there's your toolbar. Index out of bounds, but then you have smart brush that you can press, and then the idea is that you'll get a nice looking line with no doubling. I break you though. Index color palette. What's an index color palette? Are you talking about like a color palette, just like an actual color palette? So there's like some buttons, and then you can click on like color. It's old. I'm not sure what an index color palette is. I've not heard of that before. Are you talking about like automatically generating a color palette based off of like given like a color like this, and then I could click a button and then it generates like the, or I select two colors like red to green and then it'll generate a color ramp? Oh, okay. Oh, absolutely not. No, I'm not gonna do that. 256 colors. So you're talking about like, you want me to limit the color palette for you, I suppose. That's what an index color palette is like artificially limiting it for you. But I feel like, you know, as a user, you should automatically limit yourself anyways. There's like, I don't see a reason for me to limit you. You should limit yourself. Bring your own color palette in. If you change the color from the palette, change the color in the image. That sounds, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's how palette swapping works. Yeah. You're talking about like palette swapping. Yeah. So you have, yeah. And also no, I'm not doing that. All right. Yeah, ASC Sprite has it. Yeah. I think Pixel Edit has that as well, but I pretty much never use it. Toolbar. I think I'm just gonna register everything directly. So onReady bar, pencil, which is a button. Bar, so smart brush. Even GIMP or Inkscape don't have it. It's old school tech. Yeah, it's old school, and it's not really super useful anymore anyways. Like you could do the same thing just using a shader. I guess it's nice to, I guess if you're into like the retro aesthetic. Like I get it, right? Is like you know, limitations breed creativity. But also, like I'm making this for me. It's something that I really like. So I just need it to work good enough. Oh my god, my back. Yeah, just talking. Yeah. I got you. So pressed, node, and then on. Pencil, pressed. Let's see, smart brush. On. Oh geez, starting to get a bunch of errors. It's starting to tilt me. Node not found. I wonder if it didn't clean up correctly and that's why it's starting to give me a bunch of errors. No? That should be fine. I don't know. Maybe if you like it, I wouldn't recommend you to do it. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard. Like, how would you do color indexing? Now I'm interested. Now you're saying you wouldn't recommend me to do it. Now I'm interested. What are... Does it require a shader, or couldn't I just use like some fancy like sRGB calculations or hue calculations? What was it called? It was called color index? Index color palette? Indexed color. The heck is this? In computing, index color is a technique to manage digital images, colors in a limited fashion in order to save computer memory and file storage while speeding up display refresh and file transfers. It is a form of vector quantization compression. When an image is encoded in this way, color information is not directly carried by the image pixel data, but is stored in separate pieces of data called a color lookup table or palette. In an array of color specifications, every element in an array represents a color indexed by a position within an array. Each image pixel does not contain the full specification of its color, but only its index into the palette. This technique is sometimes referred to as pseudo-color or indirect color, as colors are addressed indirectly. It's an index. I don't really know. It still doesn't really make it doesn't really make too much sense. Doesn't this that's basically just saying that's basically just a color palette, isn't it? It's an index of a color. Yeah. So you can swap out each color whenever you want. So it's basically like if I had a color palette. If I had a color palette here, or not here, here, right? And I was like, all right, so lock whatever changes that I make to this palette, or lock whatever changes to whatever this is. So I that sounds really difficult. I don't think it requires a shader to display the color. I think I know how I would do this though. I'm pretty sure I know how I would do this. Yeah. I would have to maintain like a different... I would have to maintain like a separate image on top of that because it's not natively supported. Yeah, but I think I know how you would do it, right? I think you would use a tile map. And I guess you might need a shader. No, actually, no, you wouldn't need a shader, right? You would just need a tile map. Yeah, you would just need a tile map, white tiles, and then modulate the color of each tile. Can you modulate individual tiles on a tile map? If you can modulate the color of an individual tile, then I think this will totally work. Trying to explode the GPU. Well, as long as you're using it for like pixel art, I don't think it's a problem. As long as everything is done via pixel art, I think it'll just work. Yeah, and then we can create a tile. Yeah. So, oh, and you can set the modulate. I think this, yeah, you can set the modulate. So I use a second tile map on top of the current tile map that I'm using. Yeah, do you see what I'm getting at? So I use a separate tile map, and then for each palette or color in the color palette, I would create a new tile, and that tile would just be a white tile, right? Right, and then I would just need to map each tile back to that palette object. And then whenever you change that palette, the color palette, I would need to update the modulate on every other tile that's linked to that. Yeah, I think that could work, yeah. You do this, you have to export the image. Yeah, I don't know how you would do that as a rendered image. I guess what I would need to do is once you export, you would need to... Well, since it's a tile map, right? I would just need to get all the tiles and then just redraw everything. I would just need to draw it over, right? Because I'm already doing the drawing here. Yeah, so and the drawing is just based off of the pixel position. So that's okay. Yeah, so yeah. I will go through every single tile, find each tile, find the pile it's linked to, set the pixel. Viewport texture, maybe? Nah. I think I can use the same thing, right? It's like the tile map, as long as it's the same scale, which it will be, as long as I make every single, you know, I think this tile map is, yeah. Each cell is 1 pixel. So I think it'll work, yeah. Yeah. You don't need to use a viewport texture. Yeah, because each tile map is already one-to-one with the pixels. It'll work. No problem. Let's see, tile picture. Boom, boom. Let's see. Pencil pressed. But of course that's not going to be something I'm doing right away. But I think that implementation does work. It will work. It will not be very efficient at all for large images, but I think you can definitely get away with just a single palette, or no, a single extra. Actually, it doesn't even need to be an extra tile map, right? Like you could just reuse this tile map because I'm not actually using any tiles on this, right? I think it could work. Yeah, I think it could totally work. What I need to do right now is create like a save menu. I'm not sure where I'm gonna put it though. I think I'm gonna put it here, just at the bottom. Right, so we'll have like, when you activate it, right? Up, node not found, panel container. Oh, okay, hold on. Running into a bunch of errors. I've made a slight mistake. So toolbar. The node path is wrong. There we go. Enable that. No errors. Except for the one where it was out of bounds, but that's okay. You know what? We can fix that. We can fix that. I can just do a really quick check to see if we're in bounds or not. So I need to, let me see. I think it's better to have one panel where your toolbar is. Yeah, so there's the panel, that's the side panel here, right? I think that makes more sense. And then you would have, I think I'm just gonna have like a bottom bar. So your toolbar will have all your tools and stuff here. And then your bottom bar will have all your controls and stuff. Right? So like your, I don't know, like a save. I don't know, like it's big enough to have other stuff. Oh, you know what'd be really cool? You know what'd be really cool though? Oh, that's what you're saying, don't separate it, but there's not enough room for everything here. I think it's better to have, like to make full use of the Godot editor, right? Or maybe this could just be like your UI bar. Maybe I can just add a separate drop-down button here that would draw a, I don't know, like a menu. Maybe that could work as well. But what I was thinking though is that, wouldn't that be kind of cool to like have a utility that would draw animation? So you basically like an animation tool like right inside of Godot. So instead of having to, you know, draw your animations outside of it, you could just onion skin right now like this. That sounds kind of complicated, but it could be cool. Could be cool. And that would justify using the bottom bar. Hamburger bar button on the side panel? Nah. I think like if we're making full use, if we're making this like an editor plugin, might as well just use every single part of Godot. I feel like, yeah. Like toolbar should always be visible, or doesn't actually always need to be visible, but like we have this big open space, we might as well use the big open space. That's what I'm thinking. Want to see output? No, you don't. There's no output. Right, if you're drawing, then there's not going to be any output, right? Let's see. Image. You know what? I'm wondering. I'm looking at this part. And I'm thinking, why do I need to do this? Can't I just change how the image is displayed? Right? So here I have a sprite, but can't I offset it so it's like using the corner? Isn't there a way you can do like corner stuff? Or set the sprite to, yeah, there we go. Like that, so we don't need to do any offsets. So this won't break anymore. Yeah, okay, I just kind of randomly thought of that. But now it's kind of offset, but now we don't need to do any weird transforms here. And then this won't break anymore as well, because we're not doing any weird division. But now I need to think about how do I position it now? Because it needs to be offset by the image or by the sprite texture. So let's see, canvas, global position. I think it's going to be a minus equals sprite dot texture dot size. Is there a height? Get height divided by 2. So that's going to be your y. And then your x will need to be get. Is there just like a width? Get width. So that should display correctly. Nope. Is it plus? No, that looks even more incorrect. Huh. Eh? Wait, hold on. Is it not minus? Or is it just like regular full value? This looks slightly more correct, but I don't know. Canvas global position. Because we need to move the canvas. What happens if we do this? Now it's completely off. There's some scale factor here that I need to apply, but I'm not sure what it is. Or are these not like actual values? So height, is there a height? Height. No, it has to be on the texture. And then get height's the only thing I got. Get height, it returns the texture height. There's a camera maybe? I don't have a camera. I'm just doing everything. I'm rendering everything into an inner viewport. So there's no camera for me to adjust. I could just, you know, have you be like, all right, just censor it yourself. That's kind of gross. I'd rather not have to do that. So when the sprites was censored, this is actually correct. Right, when the sprite's censored, that's okay. But now it's no longer censored. Try like -50, but that's not, it doesn't scale, right? I want it to be automatic so it'll work for all texture sizes. Of course, like if I like trial and error it over and over again, it will work, but I know that I need to adjust it by some value. That's not the question. It's like, which value do I adjust it by to get to that point? I wonder if it's like, no, that's 64. Does it need to be scaled? Like, this is correct. Do I need to multiply it by 2? I don't think I do. That doesn't seem intelligent. I don't think I need to multiply it by viewport size times 2 either, right? Like, that would be ridiculous. Haha. Alright, well. These are all the Y values. Yeah, I didn't think so. Where is it? Oh, it's just completely gone. Want to get a debug with -50? Well, this is already negative. This is already 64, so that's not a problem. I don't think -50 is gonna have too much of an impact, right? I can debug by setting this to -4 or to +4, and then you can see that it moves up by that much, right? So what's 4 times 64? That is 256, right? 6 times 60, 6 times 4, 24, times 10, 240, 4 times 4, 16, 240, 16, yeah, 256. Oh, well, there we go. I feel like that's not always gonna be correct though. Why is this, why is multiplying by a scale factor of 4 correct? And what is my initial canvas scale? Is it initial canvas scale by this scale factor? That doesn't seem correct. Is it basically half canvas scale and that's it? That seems weird. Let's try with another sprite. Do I have another sprite? I don't really have any other sprites. I don't know. Let's see if I can find something. What's a good like 16-bit? Do I have any 16-bit assets? I do have 16-bit assets somewhere actually. Hold on. Documents, placeholders, Kenny. These are Kenny fonts. I think this will work. This is a 16 by 16 unit with gun placeholder. Oh, this is just a rectangle though. So it's gonna be a little whack, as they say. All right, well, welcome to the team. Get a duck. That's it, that's too big. Too big. Too large. Oh, actually, this is a sprite sheet. I don't know, it should still work though. Nope. All right, well, that's incorrect. As expected. So there's some sort of scale factor here that I'm missing. I mean, that's actually, no, that's correct. That is correct, yeah. Because this is a square pixel. This is a square sprite sheet. Yeah. What's the equation? I don't really understand. What? Also, get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. I guess it's just half the canvas scale. One of these. I guess that's okay. Sure. I don't really know. But here, this one's pretty easy. So there's our position, right? Then we can check the position against, you know, zeros. So if pos x is less than 0, or pos x is greater than image width, yes. Hold on. Just do this all in one if statement. Just so we stop running into the error where it's like out of bounds. Like, yes, I understand we're out of bounds. Pos y is less than 0, or pos y is greater than image get height. And we'll just early return because it's out of bounds. One of those, right? So we're still able to draw completely inbounds. I guess we are able to wiggle on the outside of it. Or maybe it should be is greater than or equal to, and then that will save me. Right, so we zoom in. Oh, now we're zooming in offset. Oh, that's awkward. I hate that. Now we're zooming in towards the corner. Okay. That's tough, man. That's tough. I don't know. Now we zoom in towards the corner. Like it's, so we need to zoom in towards the right. So it's based off of the half scale. I think it's yeah. Hold on, there's an equation for this. So we just need to like dynamically wiggle the canvas over based off of some scale factor. Isn't the scale factor is this. So whenever we scale it, we just want to wiggle it over by whatever the scale is divided by 2. And you want to use mouse position? Yeah, probably, but that's even harder. I think I'm just gonna use middle for now, and then we'll figure out mouse position later. Canvas, global position. Global position Y. I guess this is plus equals, since we need to go in the opposite direction, right? And then this is 1.1 divided by, no, this is, it's this, the height times this value. Yes. And then this one will be width. I think that makes sense based off of how the above thing worked. I don't know why I'm doing Y then X. Let's do X then Y. It's freaking me out. Yeah, so we're just doing the opposite of what we were doing. Then this is the same thing except for this is 0.9, 0.9. We'll give it a try. Ooh, ooh. Wiggled over a bit incorrectly. I guess that when we zoom out, we should be adding. When we zoom in, we should be subtracting. Ooh, that's weird. Ooh, I'm very confused about how this is working. Because it always kind of zooms it towards the middle, which is actually, that's not horrible. Maybe using camera will be easier. Well, I'm not sure how to use a camera inside of this viewport. Also, are you able? I don't think you're able to use a camera inside of a. I think I tried that already, right? I tried using a camera inside of the plugin and it didn't work. Like, are you using a camera inside of your plugin? Like, I believe I already tried that. Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure it does not work. So if we set an active camera, we can even parent it to the canvas. Set currents. I don't know. I mean, we can just stretch the zoom just to make it really weird, right? So we can observe that this is what we get, right? When you run it in standalone mode, but when you run it in plugin mode, this is all you get. Yeah, so you just get to look at the camera. Yeah, so the camera doesn't work. So, and I've already demonstrated that it was working properly because when you run it in standalone mode, it does use the camera. So that's what's tough about doing like in editor pixel stuff, I suppose. But luckily, I've already figured it out. Let's see. I don't know. Let's just do the smart brush thing and then we'll get ready to call it a day since we're almost at 11. Smart brush pressed. So this part, smart brush part, so this is the, okay. Okay, so I think I'm going to need an abstraction for tools. Right, so we'll create a new folder. We'll call it tools. Wow. Or, yeah, tools. And so then we'll just have like an abstract tool script. Wait. Are you allowed to just call it tool GD? I'm gonna call it tool GD. Yeah. No, don't want to call it. No, don't do that. This is dumb. Don't do this. Because it's going to conflict with the built-in tool keyword. We'll call it, what do you call, like, arts stuff? An arts implement. It's an arts, it's a brush. All right, yeah, brushes. Sure. That's not really a brush, though, because a paint bucket isn't a brush. A line isn't a brush. What's the word for this? It's, well, I wouldn't consider a paint bucket a brush. That's going to confuse me. I need something that's not going to confuse me. We'll call it a... It is a brush. Anything that draws is a brush. I reject this. That's a bucket. This is a bucket. I do not consider a circle tool a brush. As much as like that's the technically correct term, I reject this. Bucket brush. You know, now that when you say bucket brush, that does make more sense. All right, brushes. Bucket brush sounds correct. All right. Circle brush still does not sound correct to me, but whatever. Ooh. This is base brush. This is some sort of reference. I gotta sneeze. Ugh. All right. That went away. Tool is more like a modifier, like move tool. Well, either way, I can't call anything tool, right? Because tool is a built-in keyword in Godot. I could call it like art tool. Art tool. You know what? Art tool sounds good as well. We'll keep that for later. Maybe that'll just be like canvas tool. So base canvas tool, and then we'll have other stuff. Yeah, all right. When I have a problem like this, yeah, I think naming is one of the harder things that you need to commit to, honestly, because naming, like undoing a bad name is super painful. Like it's painful, and it brings you like very little benefit other than like, you know, it's just nice. Right, like tool A. Tula, absolutely not. Bad names are hard to change. It leads to a lot of random breakage, which I'm not a fan of. So here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. Is that each brush will emit, I guess, like a blit. Right? Where blit is more of a technical term for like showing something on screen for a little bit. So that's what I'm gonna do. So each brush emits a blit, and then here we'll have like something like you know, var blit is equal to blit new, something like that, right? And then given that we have some sort of brush, we'll do brush paint blit, and then we'll read, right, and then it'll work by reference, and then it'll give me back a blit, and then we'll use that blit for the rest of this information, right? And that's how I'll abstract out, I guess, the draw positions, I suppose. I think that makes sense. So for like, that's hard though, because for paint bucket, how does paint bucket work with blitting? This works for, oh, and this doesn't even work for this doesn't even work for like drawing a continuous line. That's all right. I gotta think about this more. I gotta think about it. It should be hold and release independent. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. Maybe. Or what I'm also thinking about doing, right? So you know, in like a lot of art programs, you can see like the pixel under your current brush, spray brushes. Yeah, I don't know. What I'm thinking, I'm pretty sure I know how to do like the lines, like do a line of color and then undo it. Like that's not hard. I would just need to store a bunch of things in arrays, right? Because these are all just vector 2 points. So as long as I'm holding down the left mouse button, I will store every single, you know, new pixel I draw to. That's not hard. I think the hard part is just how do I get brushes to work? How do I get different brushes to work? Anything besides a pencil? They don't count for release. I mean, it's fine. Think about it. I need to think, what's a good way of doing this though? So I have a brush, yeah. We can call draw, or we can have some function called paint, but then what does paint do? It should give me back something. I'm not sure what it's gonna give me back though. Maybe like a schematic on what to do. Stream data? Well, it's not really stream data, right? I just need to capture like actions in an array, and then I store that in a slightly bigger array. Right? That's not too hard. And then if you want to undo, you just need to go back through all the arrays that you store in your big undo redo array. It's arrays all the way down. I don't know though. Paints, this will give me back a... I feel like I don't need to call... I don't need to pass a position to the brush. Caching, I guess? Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Is that we just have... It's an array, so you have your... Like, you know, you have basically a var, you know, undo, redo, and that's just a big array. And then for every single data point, it would basically be like a pool vector2 array, and that would contain, you know, that would contain all of your data points. When will you process the array? You'll process it. I mean, you'll create a new data point when you are pressing it. Yeah. And then you'll close it off and then push it to undo redo when you release the button. Yeah, it's easy. The harder part is I'm trying to figure out what would make sense to draw. Like, I need some way to, like, how does this working? Like, this takes in a position and then it gives back various other positions. Oh, okay, I got it. This takes in a position, some position which is a vector2, and then it'll give back. All right, I like my idea with the blitz. Yeah. And you know what? This is now renamed to Art Tools. Art Tools. Congratulations, welcome to the team Art Tools. So now we'll have just blit that is some sort of object. And we'll just free it whenever we need to. Oh, we'll make it a reference, that's all right. Right. Then we have a blit. Name was the problem yet? I don't know if the name was the problem. I'm just trying to figure out how this should work. Also, I'm getting a base brush already exists at path. All right, hold on. All right, so say goodbye to this. Developing plugins is surprisingly painful inside of an external editor. Hold on, playing a game on the side. Open this up. Godot kind of broke, but that's all right. Pixels. All right, bring me back. So we have this thing, base brush. Paints, it will send out a blit var blit new return R. Yeah, R for return value, right? I think I like this design. I like this design. So instead of doing this, where we have to create the blit and then pass it to the brush to act on it, I guess the brush will just give us a blit, and then we'll read all of the blit data and then just manually do stuff, right? So it'll look something like that. So var blit is equal to brush paints, and then for I'm trying to, I don't know too much about art tools. I don't know too much about art tools. Like what I'm thinking is that maybe we'll just pass the image to Blit. Okay, ask me. All right. How would you do it? How would you do it? Like I know how about art, sure. The methodology behind it, but I'm not really sure how to actually implement it. It's the same thing as like you know, with you know, music and stuff, right? Like you need me to like analyze a piece of music, or you need me to play a piece of music especially. I can do it, but you want me to be like, you know, how would you describe the waveform? I have no idea. I know how brushes work in terms and such. Oh, I know how brushes work, right? So most of them are just kind of like blitting to the screen onto the canvas, more or less. Maybe with some blend factor or whatever. Right, but this is not Krita. Yeah. I've also not looked at how Krita does it. Every single paint tool I've looked at, it's just really difficult. Like I don't understand what they're doing. So this is me just thinking about how to make it work. So I'm just staring at it. Maybe it'll come to me as a feeling. Brush paints with a position. The Blit will contain all your position data with the appropriate offsets. And then we can you know what? We can store a dictionary of vector 2s. We can store a dictionary of vector 2s onto the into Blit. All right, here we go. So we'll have just a brush. I need a better way of organizing this, by the way. Before we go too far into this. So this needs to be refactored. To do, move this, or at least move this to an equation. View hints there are tools that correct the line being drawn, tools that ignore that, and tools draws like reduce process. Well, that's not the process. That's not the problem here. Like that, the problem isn't like what do the tools do? I'm aware of what most of the tools do. The problem is actually implementing it. The problem is actually implementing it in a sensible way that doesn't require me to completely, you know, rewrite it every single time I want to add a new tool. Like I think this setup here makes sense. These are your controls. These are, or I guess control data. These are your art data. So there's your brush size. So I guess we'll, yeah, seems well organized enough. Here's your brush. This will be some sort of base brush. I guess it makes sense to put it here. And then we'll create a, I don't know, let's add a pencil brush. I feel like you need enums for brushes. Well, I'm not sure. You don't always need enums. I don't really like Godot enums. And anyways, I don't think I need enums at all. Like I'm already have them linked up to. I already have them linked up to buttons, so it shouldn't matter. So there's your pencil. It extends base brush. I guess we'll make this your default. Give it a class name. Oh, actually, we can't give it a class name. Oh, did I gave Blit a class name. We can't give any of these class names. Okay, hold on. We can't give any of these class names. I keep forgetting. You're not allowed to do that. Like tool requires a release or not line tool as an example. Nah. I think I can handle them all the same way, right? you know. Just depending on the tool, we'll check for, you know, up or down. Is it pressed or is it not pressed? And then that blit value will tell us what to do in that situation. Yeah. I think that's the plan. Equals. I don't think I can you you're not allowed to preload. Yeah, you're not allowed to preload these. Or are you allowed to preload? Yeah, no, I think the controls around like how to draw, I'm pretty solid on. I'm just thinking about how to implement like the actual drawing. Like controlling the drawing, that's no problem. But actually, how do you draw? How do you draw to the canvas in a sensible way? Like that's the hard part. All right, let's see. I remember this not working, but maybe I'm crazy. Constant value GD script. Oh, you know what? That is true. It is just a GD script thingy. So it's some sort of resource. And then we'll blit new. It'll give you back a thing. And then pencil, that's fine. Base brush, we're not allowed to have this. This just needs to be a reference. We'll set it equal to. Set it equal to, where's pencil? Pencil. We'll just create a new one. That's fine. Yeah, and then here, we'll do, nope. Var blit, some sort of reference. Set pixel on the array, what else do I know? We're gonna do tile map. It's all gonna be, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm thinking what I'm gonna do. Like I always need to constantly draw, right? I'm pretty sure like 100%. Oh, extends base brush, that is not true. This extends. Oh, geez. It extends base brush. Yeah, I think the hard part about what I want to do is that everything always needs to draw immediately to the screen, right? So I always need to get some sort of blit object and then read the points from that onto the screen. Yes. This is correct. Thus, given that I'm passing a position into paint, we can do, I guess blit will contain, blit is basically just like a struct, more or less. There's 5 seconds. Half second, you send the array and rerun while holding. Please force send it. Well, no, I'm already sending it. I'm sending it as fast as possible. That's not the problem. No, you're misunderstanding what I'm confused about, what I'm actually just regularly confused about, is how to do this part, but like with different brushes. But so that it'll always work like, you know, what you see is what you get, right? I think with the line tool, it's going to be more complicated. But I would like every tool to work with the same API, where that API is just, you know, brush, paint with some sort of position. That's what I'm confused about. And And then additionally, right, you can see like for eye and brush size, this doesn't quite work. So you map the array and run that code. Why would I, what array? I don't really have an array right now. I have an array for undo redo. I have an array for undo redo, which makes sense to me, right? I can always just store this position and then we can unblit, right? That makes sense, right? Like blitting should not be, or blitting should be deterministic. Like it doesn't make any sense for it to be random, right? Array of half or less, what? Mouse input being drawn, that doesn't make any sense. What? How can you have an array of 0.05 or less? Yeah, but that's still an array of like objects, right? How can you have half an array of objects? Because we still have not defined the size of the array, so there's no way that you would know how long the array is. So half of an undefined size is undefined. But even then, that doesn't make sense. Because what are we sending? Given this, I think I just need to start implementing it and then it'll come to me. It'll come to me. So I feel like the colors should not be mapped back to the brush. I think all the brush cares about is how it's positioning its pixels. It's undefined size, it would work on whatever size it is. I'm not sure what you're talking about at this point. I'm very confused. I think we're talking about very different things. I'm talking about how am I going to have paints work for all types of brushes. So like, this was kind of designed in a way that it would also allow for pixel perfect, whatever this algorithm is. So you would have, you know, pencil, you would have smart brush, which is a reference, and then well, actually, we can just do this, right? Base brush, right? And then these things would do roughly the same thing, right? They would have some sort of data, and then I guess they would need to store their internal like start and end positions as well. Oh, stop, all right. Yeah, I think you know what you're talking about, but I'm still on. I think the core misunderstanding is that like I'm still hung up on how are we drawing in a reproducible way. I think you're talking about something that's like 10 steps ahead. No, like we're still on step like 2. we're still on step 2. You know, we'll get the step 10 when we get to step 10. But we need to do steps, you know, 2 through 9 before we get to step 10. Otherwise, I mean, we could do step 10 right now, you know, but then there's no guarantee that it'll keep working. We need to do the smallest ones. We need to do the more basic ones first. And the most basic one is how do we draw onto the canvas, where the canvas is just a bunch of data points, X and Y values. Do your thing first. Of course. Mouse input processing the data. Well, yeah. So I'm not sure how do we even get the data? How do we even draw it in a reproducible way? It's like how do I fit this algorithm into here? Like this is how I'm drawing. Actually, why am I drawing twice, by the way? Why am I drawing twice? I actually don't know. Why am I doing this? This should do the same thing? Yeah, okay, that's weird. Say goodbye. So I think each brush should have a size. I think that's pretty sensible to have. So var size, some sort of integer value. We'll set it equal to 0. We'll set it equal to 0. Now, given a position in vector 2 coordinates. Oh, actually, this doesn't do anything, right? We're not actually using the position for base brush. Pencil. How do I map this to this? I mean, it's pretty much like just this, right? So we need to set some values on the split. Here's the question is, var data pool vector 2 array. Right. We can take all this out. This is like actually just a struct, so that we have a reproducible way of reading from it. So for I in size, for I in size, so I guess we'll always have a size of greater than 1 for I in size, and then we have for I in brush size, set pixel to whatever value we have. Yeah. So then we'll do our data append position. Hold on. Vx plus equals. Actually, yeah, that's all right. There's no way I can use this thing directly, so let's change this really quickly. So this will be like int. Well, it's fine. We can deconstruct it. Var vector is initially equal to whatever the position is, and then we'll do x plus equals. I feel like plus equals does not make any sense. I'm trying to think. How would you do bigger brushes? How would you do bigger brushes? So you would expect, like, this is a brush the size. Oh, geez. That's fine. Rec y plus equals I. That's fine. Totally incorrect, by the way, but it's fine for now. But when you do this, right, that's your brush of size 1. Brush of size 2, you would expect to do something like that, right? And then brush of size 3 would be something like that. So how do I figure out how does that work? Is brush of size 3 a 2x2? How does pixel edit do? Dude, that's the one I base everything off of. Even though it's not the most popular one, it's the one I'm most familiar with. So this is your pixel grid. This is your brushes size 1, size 2. I guess, actually, yeah. And they do it in the bottom left-hand corner. Okay, interesting. Size 3. Oh, okay, so it's just like a big square. That's actually a lot easier. No, I think that, yeah. That's way easier now. Somewhat. I guess I'll need to figure out what is size 4? Where does size 4 do it? Alright, so they always do it bottom left-hand corner. Interesting. Is that as expected? Is that what people expect? Is bottom, or not bottom left-hand, bottom right-hand corner. So like this is what this would look like if I just kept doing it on the same line. I'm not sure if that makes sense or not. And 5 will go back to, yeah. It's rectangular tip, there's also circular. No, we're not doing that. we're not doing circular tips. I think what I was doing was circular, right? Like this is more or less circular. Or I guess that's actually closer to a diamond. I don't know. Like, in the first place, how would you... I guess you would need to check to see if it's an odd or even value, right? You would need to check to see if it's an odd or even value. I think the zooming function I was kind of busted, for sure. It is definitely also, like, biased towards the middle, which is okay, I think. It's okay in my book. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking, is we'll do like a really quick var. You can see something glitching out on my bottom screen, by the way. Hold on. Okay, I think we're still good. Like, I think we need to do a check of like the size. We may need brush tip data type. This is pretty much what we're doing. I mean, that's what the difference between the brushes are, right? Like, you're thinking of like actual brush things for like digital art, right? But like this is like pixel art. So like we have like what I would consider like a stencil, like a stamp. Then you have your like basic shape tools. And then you have your lines. And that's pretty much it, right? Everything else is like, I don't know, like you want to have like brush data for like, you know, like how it interacts with like more liquidy data types. Like we don't need that. That's very complicated. More clear mod. Yeah, I mean that's what the blit is for. Right? So you have your brush and then you have your blit. Blit is just whatever is supposed to be drawn on screen. Whereas brush is determining how things are drawn. So like the brush doesn't care about the position, and then the main will actually set it. That's what I'm struggling with, is like how does the data go from one place to another? So it's something I've never really considered. So if size is equal to 0, I think let's just start writing something and then we'll slowly figure it out. So this one will have to offset probably to like the bottom right-hand corner, I suppose. and then this is no offset, right? So we'll focus on no offset first. I guess 0 is also not like offset. I thought you were doing ref objects because they are faster. What do you mean? There's not, it doesn't matter. I'm not doing it because it's faster. I've already split it up. It is already modular. Right, so there's already like the separation between, I've already kind of designed in, at least in my head, the separation between the brush and the actual canvas, which is the blit. I feel like this is gross. Like this should be like calculated somewhere else. Boom, boom. How does that work? It'll be for 3, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. And for just 1, it would just be the one in the middle. So you always have the one in the middle. Yeah. So we can always just blit to that one, right? Just immediately. So like R data append like the original position. That's okay. Like it doesn't make any sense not to do that. But then what do I do after that? Like then that's when we get into the for loop. Like for I in size, or I guess we would just have if size is 0. Then we'll just draw straight to this one. That's okay. You know, Krita used like a 5-year-old brush engine for so long. Why it took them so long to implement a better engine? Well, there's a lot of reasons, really. One is free and open source, right? So like, if no one's getting paid to do it, then of course no one's gonna do it. Or they'll do it when it's convenient, you know? I suppose there is the Krita Foundation, but still. It's too complicated performance requirement. Well, yeah, but Krita is also like a digital art suite, so they're doing some complicated brush stuff. Like I think my set of requirements is very simple, right? Like how do I get this? How do I draw? Given a brush of size 3, how do I draw this square? And then how do I expand it out? So like when I have a brush of size 5, how does it work in the same way? I want it to be reproducible so I don't have to change anything. Right? It should just work. So I'm thinking, given anything that's like odd, we'll just, it's basically like a flood fill, yeah. It's basically flood fill. Oh, actually, hold on. If all we're doing is calculating the corners, I got it. If we're just calculating corners, yeah, okay. Well, if we're just calculating corners, what does this give me? If we are just calculating corners, at least for the pencil, all we need to do is calculate the corner, right? So for like a brush of size 2, I need some way to know, like what equation would give me, you know, -1, -1 for the left-hand corner, right? Or let's switch it, right? Like what equation would give me you know, this is our home space. This is my home space. This is my home space. This is my home space. What equation would give me, like, I know what equation would give me this. Like for odd values, that's easy. But for even values, that's where I'm a little stuck. And then like for this one, right? Like how do I determine how far out to draw? I think I got it. I think I got it. All right. So, so var top left is equal to all right, so this needs to be a vector too, of course. So is equal to a vector 2 of position x minus, hold on, hold on, size divided by 2. And then similarly, position y, position y is size divided by 2. Is that the correct algorithm? Like I'm not worried about complicated brush engine stuff. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to think like how do I get over there? So I know for like a brush of size 4, this will work. Right? That's my top left corner. So we go back 2 and we go up 2, which is negative. And then we can take half that top left value. Oh yeah, hold on, wait a minute. Isn't that just, this is just size divided by 2 is my top left. That's my top left modifier. And then if we divide by 2 once again, right? If we divide by 2 once again, so that was, this one's 5. What's 6, right? 6. Give me a small. 3, 2. How do I calculate this? So 6 divided by 2, 3. Huh? Wait a minute. See, this is just an algorithm. I need to figure it out. 6 divided by 2 is 3. 3. How do I get back to this point? Given that I have the number 3, what do I do with that? And how does it map back to this one? What's the equation? I feel really dumb right now. I feel like this is something I should just know. I don't know. Give me 8. I need to see what 8 looks like. Maybe add them together. Well, 6 divided by 2 is 3. Then what? Then 3 plus 3 is 6. Then that gives me back to a full circle. How do I get back to this point? How do I get back to this point? So this is 8, right? So 8 divided by 2, that gives me 4. That's my top left. 4. Hold on. This is 2. 2 divided by 2, 1. Let's have a different color. 1. Wait a minute. Then 2 minus 1. Wait a minute. I think, okay, there's the algorithm. So we calculate top left, top left, top left, top left, top left. Right, so for 8, that's easy. Yeah, 8 divided by 2 is 4. So boop, 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 boop. Find the opposite. Then we do whatever this calculated point is, it's the size. So 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's the size minus 1. And then those are our corners. Ah, okay. And then we just need to flood fill everything in between. I guess. Is that right? That doesn't feel right. But I think it's gonna work. Top left plus size minus 1, top left, y. Oh, top left x. Yeah. Yeah. Then we have bottom left, which is similar. This is just top left x, no changes. But then this is top left plus size minus 1. And then bottom right is just top right x, bot left y. And then I just need to fill in everything in between those points. Yes. 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 Maybe. Maybe. I feel like this one's also incorrect. And then these are all offsets, by the way. Ugh, these are all offsets. That's hard. And then how does this, how would I even map this back so it's like, right? Like this is how I would calculate the square, right? This is how I would calculate the square. But then how would this work for other shapes? I think the line is not too hard. I think I have an idea for how to implement this. I gotta think about this. You know what? We're gonna call it. We're gonna call it. I can't think of any new ideas. I'm struggling right now. Out here, just completely floundering. We'll push it, just so we don't lose it. At the very least, I got the project manager more or less completely working. Git commits, so fix out of bounds drawing, start implementing brushes. I totally messed it up. There we go. It only took me 3 tries. Yeah, anyways, thanks for tuning in. I'll be live Tuesday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time working on this again. Hopefully I'll have just like a better idea on how to implement brushes in the meantime. But This is pretty tough though. This is pretty tough. I think that's the algorithm I want, at least for like off-center brushes. Or at least off-center pencil brushes. I think for smart brush, this might be more difficult. But that's all right. Yeah. Maybe research a bit? Oh, absolutely not. I've already done a bit of research, and I've determined that I have no idea. Or it's too complicated. But Rust app maybe? No. There's no reason to do this in Rust, right? Like, it's fast enough right now. Right? It's fast enough because it's a pixel. I think you're thinking in terms of like an actual like art application, but I'm just doing like very basic pixel manipulation. But yeah. There's a Discord. Give the channel a follow you on already, and I will see you later. Goodbye.